Alright. Oh, don't like hearing myself. Here. Alright. Alright. Now I kind of need a photo for something that I'm on at Twitter. I don't know how much of this is actually connected to some of it's connected, some of it's not. Let's but why? When I move those objects, those things shouldn't be moving. How does that make sense? They're not even attached to any. This bow isn't big enough. What's going on here? Oh, it's the inside. Oh, there goes the Discord alert. What is going on here? Here. Okay, I need to hide this. Figure out what's going on here. Still don't understand why, when I move these parts, the body's moving with it. really need to go through a new armature course. That way I can get this set up properly. Armature, turn you off. I need to change up her head. I want to get more to the anime style feel to it, which is going to require some changing. All right. What is going on with this? Do I have a second armature in here? Yeah, I'm not sure why that was set up that way. See, a lot of this stuff is on the armature, but not working. So maybe they're not waiting. Well, I am moving around still. Um, save, go to textures. I want to make the lip color much more muted. Then I'm going to change, I'm going to lower it down. I kind of just need to change the whole shape of the face, I think. I think that mine is too rounded, while hers is more pointed, narrow. That's better. I wonder how I can get this mouth thing. And I could probably just manually do it with add a blend shape. Lip thing. Problem is, I have too much in the way of lipstick. Make this work right, I think. So to keep the more realistic mouth, or to try and go into an anime style. I mean, with the mouth line, I could probably get away without texture. Really quickly, without all the shading, becomes more anime-like. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I know what to do right here. Mesh, separate, selection. Actually, now we'll separate it. This is going to turn into the line of the nose. UV edit. Put that off to the side for a second. Now we select all the head parts. Oh, the eyes don't use them. Reselect head, nose. Again, everything is moving when I move parts. I don't understand why. I'm just gonna squeeze this in. This one. So, text pane. It's this. Then we go to editing. Paint. Alright, so now we can shape this to be more like the line that goes over the nose. And I want a subdivision on this. Now we got a line for the nose. You can see from most directions. Not quite. It's too wide. I'd have to add more mesh. Oops. All right. Don't know if I should be doing this. This could mess up things, I think. So now... Oh, that looks better. Alright, let's redo the shadows. Oops. Wrong color. that color. What? Are you selecting the hair? Multiply at 45. This is Vienna, yes. Okay. Head, textures, and we had shadows. Alright. Mirror. Hair off. Oh, that's pretty good. How can I make this have light but not have shading? So that shadow can be casted from the hair onto it, but not have the rounded soft shading. What's this down here? Texture. Let's go back to this. Shadow. This should be at 45. There we go. Well, that blends in correctly. Oops. What's going on here? Why are you? It's because I'm bypassing it. Alright, so if I just get rid of the AO, then that works. Just use the painted AO. I don't even know that the outline is there to a degree. The horns never had a material. Did I not make one? I didn't. Add group. This, and then we'll make it slightly darker. Turn off the AO. Rim light could be a little brighter. Outline, we don't need. Less strength on metallic colors. There we go. Alright, these are on their own material. Oh yeah, I had to change up her mesh, because we do not have enough hidden back there. So we're gonna go to gray. I'm going to turn off clothes for a bit. And then sculpt. Good evening. How are you today? Don't mind what I'm currently doing. This won't last too much longer. Just readjusting. Sure, that's fine. That's part of why I started streaming, is to help people. Oh, I'm good. Yeah. Wow. I'm messing this up. Good evening. Ah, okay. Is it tight-fitted clothing or loose? Loose is a little bit more like you can do whatever you want with it. Tight, there's a good way of doing it. If it's loose, I usually just like start with a box and then just kind of low poly, make sure the whole body gets covered, subdivide it over here, and then sculpt it in place. If it's tight-fitting clothing, one thing you can do... I'll go over here real quick. So, like, if I wanted, say, a glove on the hand, and just pretend that she's got normal colored skin. So I would select all this. It's not a perfect selection. You want the loops around the fingers to be perfect, but I'm not going to care about that right now. So if you wanted like a pair of gloves with like the fingers cut off, I would copy this. So now you have a copy here. Right clicked. Mesh, separate selection. Now you actually have separate part. And let me real quick just change the material on that to something else. We'll just make it gold so it stands out. And then from this, go into sculpt. Go to make sure you have your inflate tool, set it pretty low. Just kind of go over it a bit so that it's outside of the original mesh that it was a part of. And that's how you get a perfectly fitted thing if you've already got the body set up. And if we get in here really close, you can see that there is an edge there. And then after that, you can do other things. If you wanted to... Oops. Make like ends. You can do things like that. I do it by... I mean, you can go... Let's see. Normally, this button... Well, normally you start out with a view like this, but then I always pull out two other side windows, and one of them is on the shader editor all the time, so this one. And then over here, you'll either have nothing, so it'll be white in the main screen, and there'll be nothing in here, and you could hit new, and it'll give you these, and you could start changing colors, or metallic, reflective, things like that. Yeah, it's if you're pretty new, which kind of I'm gonna guess you are, that's something that how to describe it. It depends on what you're doing, whether or not you really need to go too deep into the shader editor. If you're really new, I would suggest going through the majority of the donut tutorial, because it will cover all the basic, like how the layout works, how to go into edit mode, how to manually move edits, how to select loops and stuff, and scale and all that kind of stuff. And it'll get to the point where you're doing materials, where you're changing the colors of things and all the various attributes. But after that, once you have that basic stuff down, then it's about what exactly your model is going to be for. Over here? Yeah. This is the same kind of thing. Like, you'll notice you got your base color, your metallic roughness, IOR, alpha, and then I can't zoom in over here, but you've got your color, your metallic roughness, IOR, alpha. Everything that you see right here is also right here, but this can be way more advanced. So, for example, I have built, so this is the principled BSDF, which is the standard thing Blender uses, but it is primarily developed for realistic shading, so realistic light reflection and shadows and all that kind of stuff. But when I'm trying to do like an anime style character, I've had to go in and build my own shader, which is kind of this spider web of nodes. On their own, each one of these is not complex, but as you start piling them up, it can get confusing. So, yeah, for now, don't worry about this too much. What you will probably end up doing is you will probably have your principled BSDF. You'll have this plugged in here. And then you will, basically you'll have image textures. So this is an image texture box. You can hit open and a window opens up and you can go to any image file on your computer and load it in. So for example, let's just use one of these images back here. This image is called empty. Oh no, that's not what it's called. Full hair swimsuit is what that image right up there is called. So what I could do is in here, because it's already in my thing, I can scroll down to full hair swimsuit and then it'll load it up. So this is now represents that image back there. So when I plug it into where this color is, you can now see that her face has got the image wrapped around it. Let me turn the hair off and it'll be easier to see. So what a lot of people do when they start out is they'll make this image box and they'll put an image in it, and you can also put a Photoshop PSD file in here. So you can have a PSD loaded up in this, and then you can have Photoshop either or minimized, and you can bring it up and you can paint on it and hit save, then come back into Blender and have it reload and it'll update on the model. That's what a lot of people do when they're more used to the texturing, or not texturing, but the painting programs outside of Blender. That's how a lot of people start out with textures. Yeah. There is, when you get to clothing, have you done UV maps and stuff like that yet? That's right. But you're going to need to learn it, so basically, so here's the head mesh, all the thing that's got dots on it. I have a seam here that runs all the way around the front of the head. I've got one that's going around the mouth in here. It's going around the loop in there. And then I've got one each going around the eyes. So when I select all, and then I go over to UV editing, you can see how I have it all laid out right here. So once this is laid out, then you can go to image or UV, and you can export UV layout, and it'll give you a PNG with this kind of image that you could then load into Photoshop, and it'll act as a guide for you to know where to paint. Yeah. Though, of course, you could always just learn to paint here inside of Blender. You don't have to leave. Photoshop and all that, whatever program you're using, is going to have way more capability for painting. But depending on what you're doing for painting, you may not need to leave Blender. Oh, it's this. You just make so it's you just right click, add color, and maybe not color, texture, image texture, and you get on another box, and then you hit open, and then you go find your image, and then you connect the color to the base color. Yeah. It's harder to show an example of that just because I'd have to load up multiple programs, so. Yeah, well, so Blender updates a lot. So depending on how old a video you're watching, it could be well out of date of how it's done now. Most of these shader node things don't change too much, but I mean, it all depends on how exactly they do their setup. Like, I paint, personally, I like painting here in Blender itself, just because I can paint directly on the model, like, so this is the blush, you can see it there, and I can literally just paint it wherever I want, and it's mirrored. You could even set it up to, well, maybe I don't have it perfectly set up in the shader. Oh, I'm not even. Paint shiny metal. You can do a lot of interesting things in Blender once you figure out how to do Blender. But it is definitely laggy to paint inside of Blender, so just be aware of that. Let me turn this back down. But yeah, also what tutorials you watch should depend on what exactly you're trying to do with the model. Like, are you making a 3D print model? Are you making a video game model, like for VR or VTubing? Or are you going to make a model for animation? Because each one of those you might make slightly differently, both in how you do textures and how you lay out the mesh. Clothing for GTA. I don't think Momo's doing any right now. If you know of the VTuber Momo, she actually does. She does GTA RP, and she does some clothing modeling. I think a couple weeks ago she was doing it on stream. Though she was using a program specific to clothing making, which is kind of expensive, I think. I think it was like a $30 a month program. What was it? It's called... What was that called? It's not Magica Cloth. It's... Magic Cloth is a Unity thing. Marvelous Designer. But yeah, okay, so if you're doing it for game, you definitely need to be as low poly as you can manage, which means as few of these squares or triangles as you can get away with and still make it look good. So it will depend on your style of clothing. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how you would set it up, because the how to put it, the body is different per character, because you know, like each character is different, has different weight, has skinnier, taller, wider, narrow, all that kind of stuff, and the clothing adjusts with it. And I'm pretty sure that's a rig thing. So like this skeleton here, because this is what the games use to do all the animation and posing. And you can also, like, if you hit scale, make things bigger. You can scale on different axes. Okay, so that's one thing you're going to have to make sure, is that the clothing is bound to the skeleton and bound correctly, so that way clipping doesn't occur. So you're going to need to learn weight painting. That is the term for attaching a piece of mesh to bone. So if you haven't seen that yet, it's kind of, it depends on what it is. Like, if you were going to make baggy pants, I wouldn't worry about, like, copying the legs and doing what I did, like, with the glove up here. I wouldn't worry about that. I would make a cube, put it on one leg, stretch it up, subdivide it, and then go into sculpting, and then sculpt that into the leg, the pants that you want. Is it tight-fitting clothing, or is it loose-fitting clothing? It's kind of how I make the decision. If it's tight-fitting, I'm going to copy the body. If it's loose-fitting, I'm going to make new mesh entirely. Tight, so you probably want to copy the body. Again, the only thing to be wary about is when things start moving, and you won't be able to really test it too well in Blender, but when you start moving things, if clothing is involved, let's turn my clothing back on. Is the clothing going to move properly with it? Is the body going to clip through it in places? And that'll all depend on how well you can weight paint, or transfer the weight from the body to the clothing. If you haven't seen that yet, that looks like this. This is weight painting. So basically, I have this leg bone selected right now. Any part of this mesh that is blue, the motion of that leg does not have any effect on it. The leg's probably a bad example. We'll go with the waist. So if I rotate this waist bone, you can see how the mesh is moving with it. But as it transitions to blue, it doesn't move at all, or it moves less. Now if I went down here and painted this area red. Red means it moves absolute with the bone. So now when I move this, it is definitely an area that should not be moving with that bone. But yeah, this is something that you have to learn how to do. And what you can do is there's a way to, especially for tight-fitting clothing. Hold on. For tight-fitting clothing, you can, once you have the modifier, this one right here, the armature modifier, and it's selected to the armature, you can then click on your piece of clothing and then shift-click the body. And you can go to Object, Link Transfer, Transfer Mesh Data. And then there's a few more steps in there. And I can send you a link to the tutorial on it. But it will copy the weight paint from the body, and as best it can, transfer it up to the clothing. And it works best with the tight-fitting clothing. Just know that places like the groin, the armpits, those are some of the more tough areas to get weight painting to look correct. So there is a lot to all of it, and it takes a while to learn a lot of this, so let's see if I can. So in weight painting, you can see how this bone is controlling this arm entirely, and then it fades off quickly over the joints. Oh, that glove is still there. And then I've got various other bones that probably aren't in the game, or keeping the wrist from crunching up. So you're talking about texturing, and if you want to do GTA level texturing, they typically do try to go more on the realism side. So the easiest way to do that kind of thing, and this is where you're going to have to decide whether you want to pay money or not, there is a program called Substance Painter where they have how to describe it. Oh, there's gonna be ads here in a minute, but it's a program where they have materials which you can build in here in Blender, but it's just they have them all preset in Substance. So you can say, if you made a leather jacket, you can go grab the leather material, drop it onto the jacket, and then tweak, like, how many cracks are in the leather, or is the leather brown, or is it really reflective? But it'll have a base texture that's just pre-done and just expands over the mesh. So I would look up Substance Painter. I don't particularly use it, but I deal more with anime type models, so ads will be starting here pretty soon, so just be aware. I will probably not answer questions while they're going, just to make sure that they're not missed. Alright, back to fixing this. Oh, wait, I can get rid of this glove. Can I fix this? Oh, 2 whole minutes of ads. Why am I not? I mean, I jump back and forth between everything. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Ads are supposedly playing, so. Okay. Just making sure. So, like, what I'm doing right now, they're harder to see right now, so let me just turn up the lines. I'm just kind of rearranging these so that they're in a nicer configuration. Because typically, I mean, I'm on Twitch. I can't do anything that's... now I see ads playing on my phone. Typically, like, you know, you can't do anything against TOS. But I try and set this up so that I could do the non-TOS stuff later on. I just need to set this up to be at the right angle and position. It's sculpting for me is really useful in like cleaning stuff up, because like if I was doing mesh work manually and it was like this, I could use tools in Sculpt that would just clean it up for me real quick. And it helps make things nicer. Building. And now to fix this. Oh, yeah, this. Actually, I don't really want to move that, so let me, with it there, use this tool. Just kind of. Are you talking about duplicating mesh? Or... Because if I duplicate, like, the body here, all the texture still goes with it. Until, I mean, like, if I start modifying stuff, then the texture starts getting stretched out of whack, but... But that's you when you do that, that's because when you duplicate it, it's still got the same material as the original. So until you change the material on here, like I can go and just won't change to the eye texture material or just solid gold. And this has the same UV map that the other one does. That's the UV map for my body. Okay. What else do I need to fix? Actually, I think I'm gonna need a lot more mesh in there, but I can do that later. Turn off the picture. Where am I at now? Yeah, no problem. And thanks for the follow. Usually, most of us 3D modelers here on Twitch don't mind answering questions. That's part of why most of us do it, and we stream in the first place. Granted, for me, like, it's usually pretty good for me to get work done, because I know if people are watching, I'm not gonna look away from the model and just, like, watch a YouTube video for 20 minutes. It keeps me on track. So if I'm doing a commission, I keep up, or keep on it. Let's see. I'm trying to think who. I mean, I make game models, mostly anime. That way, people, like for like what I've got here, my VTuber model. Like this could be converted to that. You could do animations with this. It's just shadows work differently because like this shadow here is painted on. So like if I rotate, okay. If I rotate, ow. You could see that the shadow doesn't care which direction the head is. It's actually painted there. Whereas if I use the principled BSDF, if I use this, you can see how it added a lot more realistic looking shadows. If I go into edit, you could see like it's even got the shadow of the horn falling on it. So it all depends on what style you're going for. And for me, unfortunately, doing non-realistic shading is something that is relatively new. Because most all 3D software was designed with the purpose of getting as close to reality as possible. But doing something that's more anime inspired or, say, Arcane style, Riot's Arcane series, those are a lot harder to do because they're more painterly in appearance. I wonder if I could get one of the Arcane models just to examine it. I'm gonna do a quick Google search. Arcane 3D model of Yuvi. I doubt I can actually get one of the actual models though. Why would they release those? Yeah, that's definitely not the same thing. Like the model for the body you're working on? Because yeah, you would export that right out of the game. Or, well, there's a method for ripping it out of the game, rather. They don't exactly like the game developers. They don't like you pulling their models out of their games just because they, like, that's how people, like, steal assets and then sell them. But, I mean, it's the only way for you to add mods to the game, so. And it's not that big a deal for games like that. Granted, the companies don't like it. Where it really hurts is, like if I was making this model here for Vienna to use for VR chat, if she walked into a public world, someone could just rip the model and then have a copy of it, and then they could use it or put it up for sale, even though it's her custom character. And it's usually something you don't want to see happen, especially like this. If I was making this for her, price-wise, this would probably be closer to $2,000 to have this made. I'm just doing it because I'd already done Tricky and Cinder here, and I wanted to recreate this image. And so all I needed was Vienna. But people usually don't want them stolen if they can help it, so. At least for VR chat, you have to stick to worlds where only known people are allowed in. That way you can keep out all the rippers. I need to recolor all this hair. Actually, I need to color it at all. This is just procedural. Okay, hold on a sec. Oops. It's always a little finicky. Hold on, I'm trying to actually get rid of them real quick. Okay, I'll just general layout. Okay. So here's probably what you have. Just one big window and then the side one here. You can go to any four corners and you could see, I don't know how you can see my mouse, but when it turns into a crosshair, like a little tiny crosshair, you can grab and pull over and you'll get this line while you hold it down. And when you let go, now you've got two windows. And then on this little button right here in the top left of each of these windows are the various options you could change them to. So shader editor. So there's the shader editor. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with it, is you can mess things up. Usually you can't go more than one, but you can start like accidentally adding too many different windows, and then it can be tricky to make them go away because it's like they don't. Oh, I just learned something new. Okay, cool. You lost the main one. You can always what do you see? Because I've never seen you like lose all of them. Like, do you see just like the stuff on the right here or something? You see this thing down here? Or yeah, this thing down here, this is the timeline. This is used for animation. You could do the same thing. This is another window. You can click on the corner and you can click. Oh, what's that trying to do? When you got that crosshair, and you can pull out a new one. Join up. Okay, here we go. Join right. Up. Join left. Okay, so you have two windows now. I assume it's going to be two of these. So up on the top left, up here, there's a tiny little button. It will look like this little clock right now. Click on it and go to 3D viewport. Yeah. And then you can do it again where you drag it out to the side. And then you change that button again, which will have the 3D viewport icon, and then you can go to image editor, or you can go to the shader nodes. Or you could not worry about it at all. You can just use these tabs up here. So I always edit my layout tab. That's what I like doing, because I like seeing these things all at once. But you can just go straight over to the shading tab, and it has its own layout already set up specifically for managing nodes. It should look like this, basically. So you don't have to mess with the area. It's the shading tab. The managing nodes? Yeah. for me, it's just useful. Like I have, like I like seeing my node set up here, just in like a small way. Like I don't need to see like the whole thing, and it's not useful when I've got a big mess like this right here, because this is too far out to see anything. Usually I'm in really close, probably on this, so I can just adjust colors and stuff. And then I have two viewports, one small one and then the one I work in. And the small one is just looking at a bunch of all these images that are over here in the background, or my references. Otherwise, I could just open up these pictures on a different monitor, but I do it this way, mostly for streaming. That way people can see the reference I'm working off of. So you don't need to do this section here. You could just have it all shader if you wanted. And I'm using I think this is a 27-inch 1440p screen right now. Ideally, I'd have my 30-inch back. I used to have a 30-inch 1440, and that gave me a lot more room to work in, because I do have all these windows, and the more windows I have, the less room I have to work with. Especially when I have like this popped out and all these other options open. There, now you can actually see which buttons I'm clicking. So what I have found just now, and I literally just found this. So you put your cursor on the edge where it's where you could start clicking and moving it like that. Instead of left click though, right click, and then you could hit join. It'll say left, right, up, or down. So right now, if I hit join left, well, it got rid of the one that was to the left and split up there. So I can now right click this and then go join up. And now this is probably what you had to start with. This is the basic layout. There is a method for clicking and dragging and doing the same thing, but it's really finicky, so. And if you don't know it yet, this is kind of an important sidebar here, where when you put on add-ons that do different things, you can make this pop out. Well, you can make this pop out now, and you can get useful information. And it's the N key that makes it appear and disappear. It can tell you, like, this body is 4.5 feet tall, with the arms stretched out 4.5 feet wide. Its scale is 1 currently. Here's the location it's located at, and you can adjust these, and you can see how it moves it around. Yeah, there's loop tools. I don't think I have that one here on the sidebar. I have a few other things. This one shows this little cursor here, and when I press the key, you can see which key I'm pressing. I have one that's specific. It doesn't pop up unless I have the armature selected. And this one is good for the skeleton if you ever start building one later, where you can manage layers where, like, you hide certain bones. But you don't, like, you may have, like, 3 or 4 times this many bones, and you only want to see some of them, so you gotta hide different layers. I put these in the IK or not? No, I didn't. Let me grab all my IK bones. But there is a lot of add-ons for Blender, and it all depends on what you need it to do. Like I've got an add-on specifically for doing textures, because Blender doesn't do like layers like Photoshop does. So I've got this add-on here where this one deals, or this one here deals with these gold lines. So if I turn it off, it turns off. Hold on, give it a minute. So that effect is because some other things going on over here in the shader. But you can see that you turn off the gold color. This one is shadows. So now this will be all skin color in here once it comes back. But you can see how slow this is compared to something like Photoshop. Okay, so now it's got it loaded up. You can see how you can turn off layers. I don't know, actually. You can set up how many, like, undos you can do, but I don't know that there's, like, a window that lets you see all of the things that you did, because it would record literally everything that you do. Like, selecting this arm is one thing that would get added to their history. Then I selected this skeleton, and that gets added to the history. Because, like, if I hit Control Z right now, it'll back up to where the body was selected. If I hit Control Z a couple more times, it just undoes all those clickings I was doing. It records everything. So those bones aren't visible. You can, depending on which blender you're using, go to Edit, Preferences, and in System, on the left side of that, you'll then see a thing that's memory limits, and you can do undo steps. And that's how many undos you have. I don't know if there is a thing for history, but that's how you can make sure you have the ability to go back. Though, of course, the more undos you set it to, the more RAM the Blender is going to take up on you. Also, save. Save all the time. Do not assume Blender's autosave function, which is supposed to happen every 2 minutes by default. Do not rely on it to work, because it does not. I've lost hours of work in the past, so where is the autosave function now? Save you recent autosave menu. Okay. Timer every 2 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, just every time you do something, Control S. Make sure you save it. And if you do end up doing textures inside of Blender, know that hitting Control S does not save any texture work you have done. So Control S is going up here and hitting save. But when you're on the texture tab here, you'll have this window, or it'll take up the whole. I think it'll end up looking like this when you see it. But in this image editor, you will have to go to image, and then you will have to go to save the image of the texture. If you do not do this, if you do not save this, it doesn't matter how many times you hit save up at where you normally find save. This will not save, and if you close the program, you will lose it. There's even a chance that even if you don't close the program, like I've had this just disappear on me like 30 minutes after I had touched it last. And I can't explain why. I'm sure someone knowledgeable in how Blender works in the background could explain it, but just know saving textures is a different save button altogether. So either don't do it in Blender or learn where that button is. And if you end up getting Substance Painter, you'll be doing all your texture work over there anyways. What was I doing last? Oh yeah, I was fixing this, which is more or less done now, actually. Oh, don't want to do that. Alright. Well, now I see the ads going on my phone. Over here. Diffuse sampler. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you in this window, or are you working over here on the right? So is it set? Are the nodes set up like this, where you have the principled BSDF and it's attached to the material output from BSDF to surface? Or are you doing something over in this section? Oh, you've got something attached there. So you have an image attached to it? So you have one. Do you have one of these attached to it? This here? Yeah, a lot of them will come in with images already attached. And you may have multiple images attached to to different things. Like you might have one attached to metallic, and then one to like roughness, another one to like normals or maybe emission. So it could look something like that. You can click on this dot here, pull it away, and then let go, and it'll break the connection between that texture, and then this will appear. So then you could click on that and modify however you want. And then, of course, if you break all the other connections, you'll get the shader, or you'll get these sliders to do different things. Like you can see how metallic goes from, if you have none, if you have it, it adds like a dark sheen to it. Roughness, when you bring it down, it turns more reflective like glass. Bring it all the way up, and it loses almost any, it turns into a matte material. So it's kind of all just set it how you will. Alpha is invisibility, transparency, but you may have to do some other things to make that actually work over here on the material option. There's some settings for alpha. Because normally things don't use alpha if they can get away from it, because it's kind of harder on the system, and games try to be as optimal as they can. And then, of course, there's a lot of other options that you could expand out on the principal BSDF for various other effects. Like, actually, let's see if I can... Basically, emission is what a lot of people end up using for things because it can make things glow. And if I have settings turned on correctly... They've changed the Blender recently, so I gotta go pause out. How do I make it bloom out? Be sure this is what you used. Yeah, something's off. Alright, I'm gonna have to check things again. I think they might have messed with stuff on me. This was 0.5. Why did they change this again? Actually, I'm looking for... Did they change it in 4.3? Camera combined lights. There's the composition. Know that. Compositor. It's definitely working. Just doesn't want to do it here. Oh, it's just a lot more subtle. Yeah, there we go. This effect is kind of dependent on the game engine that's being used. Yeah. Bloom is kind of the easy, make things look cool. Give it like a Tron effect. Fortunately, it doesn't control these. These are controlled by something else. But yeah, Bloom, like, before I did all that tweaking, like if I turn this back here, it only affected the object itself. It didn't spread beyond the object. I had to do some things in the composition to get it set back up so that when you add it, it can start spreading beyond the object, like you're looking at a sun. Yeah, I don't think I have Bloom set up in my custom tutor. Oh well. Alright, so what do I have left here on the end? This. What do I have left, actually? Gotta make these red beads. I don't know. I'm just gonna have them go up into here and stop. Much stuff going on in the back. I need to see hair get out of my way. Hair back. Alright, what happens if I turn off this? He does have that come on, right? Yes. I'm gonna add a new thing to this. Other skirts. This. There. Okay, where are you? Are you all the way up there? It's pretty close. Let me go sculpt. Oh no, that's mirror. No, good. Like all these on the left side here, that's T. Oh, I don't have that on again. On, why does it not appear? Here's a fear. Yeah. There's a lot of little hotkeys that can cause things to disappear on you. You might want. There is. Let me fight it. Is this what I'm looking for? Open image, new tab. So this, yeah, this might overwhelm you a little bit, but that is an image that has all of the hotkeys and kind of a what they do. The bigger the button is, the more likely you are to use it. So notice how they got tab in the middle. That's the biggest one. You will hit that button all the time. G for move, R for rotate, S for scale, M for mirror, K for knife, F for create face. So I wouldn't like have that up right now, but if something ever happens, you might just look through it and see if anything looks like it might help. Like for example, T, up there on the very top, you'll see T was the left panel and N is the right panel. So T left panel and right panel. Yeah, Blender is a complicated program. There is a lot to it. But that's because of all the 3D programs. Blender is kind of the only one that can do everything, albeit it's not the best at anything. Like, you can go from a cube to a fully rendered model like this. Textured, painted. Like, everything I've done on this character has all been here in Blender. All the characters you see spinning on the bottom left, those are all Blender from start to finish, from a cube or from nothing at all. The skirt probably started as a plane, so 1/6 of a cube. Probably went add mesh plane. There's a plane. Hit edit, rotate it, bring it up. Scale it. Add a mirror modifier with clipping. Select the edge. E for extrude. Went around. So it connect up in the back. I alt clicked the edge, scaled it in, scaled Y, GY. Control B to split the edge. Control R, mouse wheel to add more edges, so on and so forth. Personally, I would say that's a very bad idea, but it depends on what you're doing. If you're making a character that is symmetrical, the mirror is kind of important. Otherwise, you will not be symmetrical. Not to mention, you only have to do half the work. As you saw with this, I had made all of this while only technically having made half of it. So anything I do to one side gets added to the other side. Yes. So you'll notice in edit, here's the mesh of the bra, but you'll notice that if you go to edit on the body, it's an entirely different kind of mesh. So what I did here, let me just grab a piece of this out real quick. That way I don't have to make a whole new object. So here's a piece of mesh that's just kind of floating here. In edit mode, I can do whatever I want with it. Normally what I would do is like I'd get it really close to the body. I'd have a mirror on it so that there's one over here as well. I would then go... I'd probably also have a subdivision. And then in the deform, I would have shrink wrap. Shrink wrap, I select the body. I go above surface, and I go 0.001. And I turn magnet on up here. So now what's going to happen is you can see that it's stuck to the body. And if I hit this edge, I can extrude, extrude, and extrude, and it's sticking to the body, everything I do. And that's how I make tight-fitting clothing. It's like I could turn, let me just turn, well, I'm gonna go into gray so Twitch doesn't get upset at me. I'm gonna subdivision. Oh, okay, there we go. I can just kind of stretch it across. Pull it down. Just kind of move things around. Yeah, well, that's because I know all the hotkeys and I'm making it. I've done this 1,000 times. It's just what practice does. So, like, I'm actually pretty close to... I could do one of those swimsuits where it's... they're squares, and then I can... Hold on. So at this point, I can leave edit, use Control A to apply this. Nope, I don't do that yet. Control A on the subdivision, then on the shrink wrap. And then turn the mirror off. I can extrude. Clipping turned on. And then I could take more lines and have them go around the back of her body. And now you have one of those bikinis. I don't know what you'd call them. Obviously, I didn't do very well on making it stretched around correctly, but like this would be from a purely front view. This probably would go down a little bit rather than curving up like this. That's one way to make tight-fitting clothing. You definitely can't have the shrink wrap on and then do like these bridge pieces. Oops. Because this edge would try to sink down all the way and stay on the surface, which you don't typically want. So that's why I had to apply the shrink wrap before I could do those. And I'd have to do the same thing over here with the mesh. It's not touching the body, so you'd have to apply it for that too. Yeah. That's how I do tight clothing a lot of times. Or clothing that's directly on the skin, I'll do that feature. There's just a lot of tricks depending on what it is you're trying to do. Yeah. Like I wouldn't, if you're working on your first model, I wouldn't worry too much about like trying to make it work for GTA or anything like that. I would just try and make something that you think looks good. And if it's something like you're gonna keep doing and you're gonna keep practicing, I mean, you might as well make renders of things, throw them up on Twitter so people can see. And who knows, you may end up getting work. Yeah. Getting used to the program is the first thing you will want to do. This should be sharp. Not seam. Sharp. Oh, the mirror's already applied to this. The shrimp modifier? The shrink wrap modifier? More or less. Like on Vienna here, you would have the issue. Let me turn the hair off real quick. Hair always gets in the way. So, with her curvature, there would be a gap right here. Though I probably wouldn't worry about that much of one to begin with. But yeah, you could extend it all the way up. You can have it go around the back of the neck, or you can have it go down and connect to the parts that would come across here. And what you could have done, like I could have, for the string that goes around the back here, like I could have extruded, and then right here, once I hit extrude, I could just jump all the way over to where I think it would touch again. It would be a perfectly straight line, which I'd have to fix later, but it would mean that I could keep continuing it around the back. I mean, yeah, but you gotta make some sacrifices. Usually, the curvier things get, and that's irregardless of chest, the kind of more difficult mesh gets. So, let me... That goddamn hair. I need a hotkey for turning the hair off. That's what I need. So you could kind of see, like, I've got things in segments. Where's the tail? Like, I've had to segment out sections. The armature's in the way now, too. So, like, this weird mesh pattern in here is needed for me to be able to cut off different sections. And so I don't, like, have too much mesh going in weird directions. Like, having a loop that goes like that is not ideal if you can get away with it. But the more curvature you got, the more you'll have strange things like these areas. But you typically want to have, like, loops going around any big changes. Like, you can see, like, for the thighs and the calves here, that I don't really change any of the pattern. It's just straight, and they expand and contract. But then certain areas, like the knees, get things like this, which again is also weird. There's purpose for this, and it has to do when the body's bending. That gives the knee a more of a structure when it's in a bent position. And feet and hands, of course, are always the weirdest parts. Just like when you're drawing, modeling's no different. Feet and hands are always difficult. Neck's got its own little oddities going on about it. Oh yeah. Yeah, they are annoying. And like, even when I've got here, like, this is not ideal to do things like this. Where these are triangles, and you typically want to stay, like, triangles aren't bad, but you typically don't want them if you don't have to use them. You typically want to keep everything squares. And you never want to have something that's 5 points like this. Oh, it didn't even let me make it. Alright, so like this is called an n-gon. This is something you want to avoid at all costs, pretty much. Yeah, these are very bad. See, what happens is, in a square, like if I lift this up, you can more easily see this is actually 2 triangles, where this is one triangle right here, and then this is the other triangle. But when you have a 5-pointed object, you don't have any set thing. Like, it tries and determines where the triangles should be, and it may not be in an area that's good for when the mesh starts deforming. So you could have a triangle here, so there's your square and there's a triangle, or it could try and build here, so there's a triangle and there's your square, or it could try and build here. And it has to kind of do a lot of programming, questioning how it should work on the fly. And it could just not turn out well. So typically you want to avoid that at all costs. You can have things like this, where you've got multiple lines going into a point. You do also want to try and not have these if you can, or at least have them in areas that don't bend. Like right here on the hand, the back of the hand right here does not actually bend. All the bend is in the wrist area. So this isn't a big deal. But it's mostly used, like I'm using it here to reduce, because I've got, let's see how many, I got 16 faces that go around to make up the loop of the finger. And I have to reduce all those faces down, so by having these loops, we cut them down. And then I had to cut them down again here at the wrist so that it works with this lower poly, because this is also 16. This is 16 faces to make this loop. And then I had to divide that up into, I think it's 32. Yeah, it's 32 here, so that's just how that worked out. And then you have to divide it again 16 times for each finger. Granted, there's some that are loops that go around the sides. But then some weird ones, you know, go all the way down along the chest. So there's definitely better ways of doing this than the way I have it here. This was just expedient and it worked, so. To undivide them, you could, if I select this loop, I could delete it real quick, which would be X and then F. Then you would separate the hand out, which is selected all, mesh, separate, selection. Leave edit, click on the hand, and then you would add a decimate. And you would do unsubdivide, and you'd go up to 2, I believe. And then apply it. And then there's where it is unsubdivided. Though you could see even that's not a... It didn't turn that area out very well. But it did do the job, so... I could now join these back together. Actually, I'd have to get rid of this entire loop too. If I got rid of these triangles here, I could just link it all back together and it should work. Maybe. Oh, it depends on how well it actually did this section here. I mean, having triangles, okay, so what you might be seeing, so this was all made in Blender, and I made it in quads, which is what they call squares. You may have, because like when I export this, it wouldn't be surprising for it to automatically convert all quads to triangles. So you would be seeing, where is it? Faces. Triangulate faces. No, is that the wrong one? Oh, I thought that was. Oh, I have to select it all. Okay. Faces, triangulate. Oh, Blender did not like that. Okay. But you probably seeing something like that. Where you got a bunch of triangles like this. It doesn't look good, but it is functional. Like in here, this is like not great. Like, actually, it looks like it got rid of some faces. Maybe. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this per se. It's just not easy to deal with. You can try and do what I did, where you add the modifier for decimate and then unsubdivide, but I can't guarantee it'll go well everywhere. Actually, no. This would be different. If you're trying to get rid of triangles. So just like the way I made the triangles in the first place, you'd select it all, and then you'd try to go tries to quads. And it should get a lot of it. Like, it did that for me just now. But obviously, like, it messed up in some areas. Yeah. If the problem with triangles is you don't have these nice clean loops, so you can't really select things so easily. Yeah, that's not right back there. That's not how the elbow should look. Okay. I'm going to save before I do much else. Just because I know my Blender likes to crash when I do things like that. So yeah, that's go into edit mode on the body, press A to select all, go to faces, and then go tries to quads. Save before you do it. And that should make a lot of it quads, and it will try to get it to what it originally was, but it can only do so much because it's a computer algorithm. It doesn't know better. And I mean, for your purposes, you technically don't have to worry about the body. I mean, yeah, I get it if you're trying to duplicate a chunk of body to make tight-fitting clothing. But you could also do what I did, where I showed you how you do the shrink wrap thing. And there's plenty of tutorials on that too. And you'll probably want to watch them a couple times just to make sure you get it. But, yeah. Yeah, that is one thing you do have to worry about it. It's being on an older version, so long as it looks like this dark color, it's got the same color palette, it will probably work for you. If you ever see like it being a light gray, all the UI layout stuff, if it's ever a light gray and they've got like circular oval buttons, stay away from those. That was back before Blender had its UI remake, and things changed drastically from that one to this one. But most of those tutorials should work for you. You may see something different in the way of like there may be an extra line of something in here, or there may be an extra button, or it may be missing a button. But for the most part, it should all work. Oh, the magnet up here at the top left, or not top left, but top middle of your window. you want to turn that on, and you want the button right next to it, this drop down, to be on faces. I forget which one it starts on, but you want it to be on face. On the shrink wrap, deform, shrink wrap. So in the shrink wrap, you want to do above face for the snap mode, and the target, you'll click the eyedropper and you'll select the body. And then you will have to, on offset, you'll have to type in a number. You could start at like 0.1, but you can see for me that's way too much. So you'd go 0.001. That's not enough, so 0.01. That's pretty close, so 0.03. And there you go. Granted, for the skirt, I had it already set up, so I'm not going to use the shrink wrap at all. Alright, I forgot how thick her tail is. Oh, how am I going to get this? I'm going to have to paint this manually, I think. Or, no. I think I can do something about that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, writing down the notes will help you remember, so. Actually, I will be AFK. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. was working on this. Where did that go? Back on the head again. This object, what were you called? Just plain, okay. Great. Nope, I didn't lose that piece. Well, how I would have. There's a golden piece that was sitting right here. Looked a lot like this. Oh no, where it went. Armature. Armature usually has everything. I do not see it. I mean, yeah, I probably should do that. Yeah, that was the best audio I could think of for having people tell me to save. I was at first looking for like a save sound effect, but I couldn't think of anything. Oh, not that. Actually, if it exists, I'm unhiding it. I'm afraid I might have somehow deleted it. Damn it. How would I have done that? Alright, by sheer chance, I'm hoping I could open another blender and I can go back to an autosave that might actually have the piece still there. Cover. No, not last session. Oh, hey. Copy. Paste. I lost this. Oh, right, snap on. Sorry. Alright. Gotta make those red beads. I think I've seen those before in places, in shows and stuff. Yeah. Apparently, sometimes it's good that the autosave doesn't function. Alright, now that that's back, save. And hope I didn't lose anything else. You know, I'm pretty sure there were, hold on. Do this again. They're not there. I'm pretty sure I had more golden clouds on the tail. Let me open. Yeah, see? There were 2 other pieces here. How did that happen? Alright. Look here. Copy. Go back to this one. Paste. Go to close mode. Rotate. Scale. Don't scale. All right. Anyway. Like all delete keyframes. And we set this to 0, 0, 0. Maybe. Now I'll get it. Alright, I'm just gonna delete this now. Oh, that's a separate part. Unbind it, bind it to this. Okay. Scale. Scale. Hello. And yeah, probably because I keep changing my stream times. When summer hit, I had to do a bunch of roofing stuff, so I had to be awake and active during daylight hours for a while, and that just caused my sleep schedule to change. And now it's slowly going back to streaming in the middle of the night. Oh, well, that's fair. Carry on. Transforms. Find that armature. Good enough for me. Well, now. Copy, oops. Missed it. Transfer mesh data, vertex groups, nearest base, all layers. There we go. That works better. Uh, what did I do? I mean, it's probably not a big deal, but I don't know why it's tilted. Alright, hide armature. Oh, what is my next step? Beads. I keep getting sidetracked away from the beads. Let's start with Q. Subdivide. Center edge. Mirror. With clipping. another subdivision. I feel like these aren't perfect circles. I feel like they're 45. Right. By the mirror. Shade smooth. We can undo one. Oh, we needed. Resolve edges. It's not right. Alright, that'll work. I don't have a color for this yet, right? No. No. I'll put in my shader. And mirror. Alright, Vladimir, join that one. Turn the armature back on. Parent. And copy weight paint. All right. Chain. I hate doing chains. Well, this is pretty short, so I could probably manually do the links. Give me a cube. Right, add subdivision to that. Alright, this uses the gold material. Oops. Let's turn off the outer skirt. Mirror, rotate 90. Good enough. Only 10:30? Feels like it's later than that. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Really need to start renaming everything. I should probably put them back there too. That's kind of convenient. I don't have to do anything. Skirt chains. Does she have short hair? I don't know that she has a short hair version. It would make things a lot easier. She's got a ponytails, braided ponytails. Is it one over the shoulder and one main one in the back? We'll go down here. Shell. Inner. Shell. Ribbon. What else am I missing? Gotta be missing something. Save. These things. I think there's a bunch of them. Wish I knew what those were so I could look them up. Wish I had that pattern too. It's just, I want to say this is like a Japanese style dress, right? Looking for anything real world that's got these tassel things. Let's see what they actually look like. Oops. Oh, that's gotta be your tail. I wish I need a full body of her legs. The only ones I have are either clipped up and don't have everything. Or it's not there at all. What am I gonna do about these? Still didn't even figure out this skirt yet. The underskirt. I'm gonna have to go over to one of her streams, I think. They're there, but I don't think there's a whole lot of detail to them. Vienna. MS broadcasts. She's only got a month. Okay, I gotta go to YouTube. Vienna Vox. Most of the time she's wearing her gamer's shirt, which isn't helping. Okay, debut. See if I can find... Damn it. It's like she doesn't show it at all. Alright, I've found something that'll probably work. I just need to clip it at the right moment. Alright. Photoshop. Come on. Paste. Oops. New. Paste. File. Export. PNG. Avatars. YouTubers. Alright. We need this to default. Perspective. Yeah, see, there isn't any real detail. They're just... It's like paper. Wonder what the easiest way to make this would be. I make it out of curve. Might be the easiest thing. Alright, add mesh. Wait, edit. Rotate 45. Okay. fucked up something. Alright, that should be long enough. Apply mirror. Scale from active, not active element. All right. Now I need curve. And we are using no. Need to on this. Beef one. There we go. Yeah. um, let's see. Again, that is a job best suited for substance. Let's see. What would be the easiest way to do that? I mean, I can show you some ways. They won't be ideal. So you want it like not like how this skirt is, for example, where it's like a perfect bell shape. You want to have like folds and wrinkles and stuff like that. Is that what you're trying to go for? I mean, that is something that would definitely take practice. That will be a sculpting thing. So, out of curiosity, do you know what normals and normal maps are? I take that as a no, then. Alright. So, you'll notice on your principled BSDF, there is a thing called a normal. What it does is it fakes more detail than there actually is. So, here, let me make a cube. Let me subdivide it real quick into a sphere with a lot of mesh on it. And then we'll apply that. Alright, so I'm gonna cut this sphere in half, seam, and I'm gonna UV unwrap it. I'm just doing this as a demonstration. You don't need to do any of this or really know how to do too much of that yet. Alright, so we got this sphere, and you can see how many polygons it has. And you can only do so much detail sculpting on it, right? You can only pull out certain parts, push in so much. You can only get so much detail out of it. What can be done? Here, let me go to this again and let me shade it smooth. That light's pretty bright. Let me go. I just need to turn the bloom off. Finding a good light. You can only do so much with it. Let me give it a material. I'll just give it a color so it's easier to see things. So what you can do, and this is more advanced by a good deal. Instead of subdividing this more, I'm going to use a multi-res, which is similar in a way. So when I go into sculpt on this, you can see how many faces there are now. When I orbit, you see how it shrinks it. So I can now sculpt far more detail than I could before. You can see how it lowers the detail when I orbit just for computation's sake. So I could do all kinds of things. And you can see how it's low poly and high poly. Well, what will happen here in a minute is I'm going to do something called baking and normal. And I hope it works. There's a chance it might not. And I'm going to save before I do anything, because there's always a chance of breaking. So I need to be on Cycles Engine, GPU, bake. We want the normal. And we want from multi-res. So in here, I'm going to add a texture image, or image texture. I'm going to make a new one rather than opening something else. Sphere normal. And I'm going to go 2048, 2048, just so it's a higher texture. So I have it selected, and I'm now gonna save and bake. Let me see if it did it. Image editing, sphere normal. It did not do anything. All right. Let's try that again. Yeah, so I always figure out or forget how it's done with the multi-res. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this. And on where are these? Okay, that's good. On this first one, I'm going to get rid of the multi-res. On this second one, I'm going to apply the multi-res. So now we have two objects here. One that is low poly, one that is high poly. All right. And I'm going to, if I remember right, select one, then the other. Then we bake normal. Yeah, this is taking more time. I might have them selected in the wrong direction, but we'll find out soon enough. This typically takes a minute. Baking map save. I might have had it backwards. Oh, it's giving me issues, and I can't remember why it does this. You know, there's some things that are missing here. Ah, selected. I didn't have that checked. That explains the problem. Okay. Oh, I forget. Selected to active. Which one that is? I think it's this way. Hmm. It's been a while since I've actually done it this way. I haven't had a lot of call for making normal maps. But basically what we are doing here is we're faking all the detail from this one and we're going to put it on that one. It won't change the shape, but it'll have lighting. The lighting will make it look like it's still there. Like this lump will disappear, but as we rotate around it, it'll look like it is still there. Let me do one thing. Yeah, it's giving me an error for some reason. Yeah, baking tends to be a little bit tricky, especially for normals. Usually I don't have this much of an issue though. I'm wondering if something got changed on me. And if it's giving me these kind of issues, you're probably not going to want to do it either because you'll run into the same things more than likely. I might be messing something up in here too. Let me look it up again. Okay. So it wanted this. It wanted normal. Nope, not that one. normal map. Like this to there, this to there, like this is active. High poly. Low poly. They wanted. And they wanted this set to 0.1. Nope, still gives me an issue. Oh, cage might have been an issue. Nope, still not wanting to do it. Try using the CPU. That's set up. This doesn't need it, I don't think. Not sure what you mean. Quite sure what you mean by that one. Yeah, I think they might have changed something since they've moved up a couple versions. So I'm not sure what. Let's go to object. Okay, 0.1 image, clear image. High poly, low poly, big. Yeah, see, I don't know what's going on with it, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, I don't think I can show you what that's about without figuring out what's going on with this Blender. Maybe that I have to open a new Blender file. Copy, paste. Let me switch over. Alright, let's see if this is big. Cycles, GPU. Big. Well, color management. I know it's wrong. We want normal. We want active. And bake. Nope. Still has an issue. I don't know. I guess baking's broken at the moment. That or these things are just way too different from one another. Initialized image, sphere, normal. I don't get it. I wonder if I need to unwrap this as well. I guess it is unwrapped. Yep, don't get it. Yeah, well, what would you would be doing with this is to sculpt like real detail. You need a high poly mesh, but a game needs the mesh count to be as low as possible so that it runs efficiently. So by sculpting on a high poly mesh and then creating a normal that matches up with the low poly version, you can fake way more detail without having a higher poly count. You're using a texture to fake physical detail. Let's see if I can open up something that I have that's an example. So give me a second. I'm just gonna delete these because it's not working. Let me go. I think my old Kobold characters have, if I even know where they are. Kobold. Alright. So this is an old Kobold character I made a while back. And if I remember right, yes. We have here a normal. It's connected up. And without it, well, it's kind of shiny. I think most of it's in here, so. So it might be kind of hard to see what happened there. But if you look at those scales, you see how light plays out on them. How they look like the light works, that they're in 3D. Like you get shadow here, you get light up here, you get more shadow right in there as I move the light around. If I get rid of the normal, now it turns into a flat color. We lose all of that, and it just acts like a flat surface. We hook normal back up. And now we've got all that detail in there again for the lighting. And this is how you would fake folds. And the normal map looks like... I'm going to make the shader down here real quick. Oh, there it is. Body normal. So this is the kind of thing it should have baked before. Well, no, there's not a lot of detail. It's mostly these scales, I think, that have all the detail. And it's, for some reason, unusually shiny. Which is weird, because his roughness is not the same. And this is non-colored. Maybe that was the problem. I'm just checking a few things. Okay, it's tangent. So yeah, even these here, like if we look at the mesh, we can see that it's just circular mesh. But with the normal, it doesn't look like it's circular at all. It looks like there's actually detail there. And I don't have it in this file anymore, but that's because there was a high detail model that I had actually sculpted all this in, and then I baked the high detail from it to this. I'm going to show that Vienna's arms are metallic. Well, let's see. I don't have it there anymore. Yeah, well, I know they're scaled, is what it's supposed to be. I can't exactly remember how I set this up. Texture color. Alright, so that's the color. So one thing, I mean, it's already kind of got the metallic there, and I could turn the roughness down even more. Like if I was going to try and add like actual scale pattern in there, because I know they're tiny scales, if anything. I just did this because at a distance you wouldn't notice the difference. But there's a bunch of things that could be adjusted, I think. I think most of it's in here. I mean, it all depends on the style that like I end up going for. Like, cause if I want to make this as 2D looking as possible, there's only so much metallic looking you can do before it just stops looking 2D and it starts looking like more real world stuff. I do remember her once saying that most people think that like these are just gloves and stockings and stuff rather than her actual body, because they assume, most people assume that there's these golden pieces where it stops, that those are like the ends of stockings. Oh, I missed the spot. But she said something about metallic. That's, I mean, it's hard to do metallic on 2D art. You have to know exactly what it looks like. And then because her scales aren't like large scales, that makes it even harder. Plus, let's see. So, I mean, here's her official, like, it just looks like dots for the most part. It's kind of what I tried to do. Granted, these are more well-defined dots than what I currently have. And certain images only show so much detail. This is probably the best I've seen on the legs here. Wonder if I could play with the shader a bit more. Or I might have already... Oh, just playing with settings. Point. Texture. I mean, I'd probably just be doing this. So. Soft F1. How about just F1? Because it's something where if I had to paint every one of these little dots all over her arms and legs, her tail, it would take forever to do. How do I control randomness? I don't want them in a grid. That's probably the best you can really do with using generation. Let's swap these around. Depending on if you want the scales to be dull or if you want the body to be dull. Yeah. I mean, that's what's going on here, so this is the Voronoi. Let's normalize, too. A lot of this stuff, like, I'm still not exactly sure what's going on here. Oh, wow, that made things strange. There's probably what I'll end up doing. Otherwise, it would just be me sitting here for the longest time making dots and then having to deal with making some dots reflective while others aren't. It's probably just the easiest thing right there. If I was making a still image like this, like probably what this is probably a texture that whoever the artist is, I'm gonna guess Click. I think I wouldn't be surprised. Click Draws is the one who did this. He does like almost all of VTubers art. So this is probably a texture that he overlaid and then like erased around it, and then used the made it a multiply layer, so it darkened, or maybe not a multiply, but it could have been a like color dodge, where it lightened up the scales or everything that was left behind, and then he just did it in patches, or she or whoever did it. And then it's just about adding layering of light for 3D models, because the camera is constantly changing direction, at least in an animation, or the light may change position. You can't really get away with a whole lot of painting unless it's really subtle, which this is pretty subtle, but you can't, this doesn't exactly look metallic other than the fact that it's slightly got a sheen to it. So 3D adds a lot of complications, especially for how light will reflect off of things. And a lot of times when 2D artists are making their characters, especially when they're stylized kinds of art, which anime styles and all this kind of style is definitely that doesn't always render out well in 3D. Alright, it didn't like that. Trying to bypass my shader here. I don't think I can. Not and keep all the generated detail. And if I did, the obvious light reflections would cease to exist. So end up looking more like that, and without the reflection. The stars in the hair still look a little awkward, but oh yeah. God, I was working on that. Let me hide the hair again. Yeah, it's... You can do that to a degree. And it's really about adjusting all these sliders, because I can make it so they disappear. At certain angles. This one. Let's see. They're gone in here. So I bring that up, and they disappear as I go down. If I go all the way, they're entirely gone. And depend on angle. And we can reduce this as well. So it's all really about playing with these. And a lot of it is about like how real reflection, it doesn't actually happen in live 2D. So it's kind of hard to mimic it. Yeah, I saw it started. Alright. Oh, they're done already. Yeah, I saw the Goo engine. Basically, a bunch of features from that are gonna come over to Blender, but it's gonna be. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see any features for at least a year or so. Because they got the Goo engine, which already has a lot of the features, does not work with any of the newer versions of Blender because they changed the entire Eevee engine. And because of that, the current Goo engine just does not support the current Eevee, or the latest Goo engine doesn't support the current Eevee engine. So now they have to work with, they either have to rebuild it and keep the Goo engine separate, or they work with the Blender Foundation, which is what they're doing, to basically add all their NPR stuff into Blender directly. And I wouldn't be surprised if they kept a few things for their own engine, just because, why not? It helps them, keeps them funded. Unless the Blender Foundation's actually paying for Goo engine features. Because right now the Goo engine is supported by Patreon. And I could see whereas if they put all the NPR features from the Goo engine into base Blender, then they would have to get paid by Blender Foundation directly, or else they wouldn't be able to develop more. Or have to find some other source of income for it. Yeah, I can't wait to see some of that. I have wanted to go get the Goo engine for a while. I just never took the time or paid the price for it. I mean, I think it's like 25 bucks or something. Look a look. Goo engine Blender. This website. Download now. There's Patreon. You never use it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be making something specifically in NPR. And again, for me, there isn't much of a point in doing it because I am bringing my stuff to Unity most of the time anyways. If it's actually going to get used, it's going to go to Unity. And that means whatever shader the Goo engine has doesn't mean anything because that engine is not in Unity. So, like, yeah, if I was making specifically like anime style, 2D style animations, the Goo engine would be great. But that's because it's never leaving Blender. Membership. Yeah, it's only $5 a month. I mean, I might get it to play with it when I start learning animation stuff. Which I know at least one person who would like 3D animations of her model, doing various activities. It's just, you know, I have to learn how to animate. Which I'm kind of thinking I've got a few commissions I gotta quickly finish, which I gotta take the time to do them. And then I've got one more person who wants to start a commission. And then I do things for Melody on occasion. But I might be able to make some time first to upgrade my own avatar here, because I'm in a desperate need of updating myself. And then after that, I want to focus a little bit on doing animations and how to animate properly. Like I know how to do an animation, like I know how to make things move. It's the, how to describe it, the best practices, like which bones do I use to do what feature, how do I make it breathe so it looks like they're alive, like just like an idle animation. Like is it just scaling up the chest a little bit, like this? That's way too much of a scale. But like, and just have it do that. And then how do I deal with the fact that IK, as you saw, the arms didn't like doing that so much. And then also we have the chest is scaling up, or the head is scaling up, and the hair when the chest scales. So that's an issue that's got to get solved. And I'm sure a lot of that is taken care of by having a proper animation ready rig. Which is probably got like 3 times the amount of bones as this has. This doesn't even have anything in the hair yet. I think there's probably only going to be like 4 major strands for the hair. Then 1 each for these. And then a few for the bangs. No, they are not good for animation. I mean, this rig here, if I tossed out the IK for the feet and hands, it's pretty much the VTuber VR chat rig. But yeah, it's missing a lot of features like being able to switch from FK to IK. It's missing all the controls for the torso. It's missing, there's no FK on the tail. It's just a lot of stuff. So, and I've got the courses for the P2 Design Academy for rigging and animating. I need the 100 or so hours to go through all of them and practice it. But, you know, bills to pay first and foremost. So, that's what dictates. I keep accidentally. What do I not have meshed? Oh, still okay. don't do it. These seem like they come out more. Should be close in because of the hair. Why? Actually, I'll keep those on the curves for now. Yeah, well, I mean, it is like you are, depending on what program you're using, for the most part, you are bound to actually Unity's humanoid rig, because programs like Wardo or VC Face, what was that other new one? They all, I can't remember what it was, but they all make use of Unity's humanoid rig, which means you have to have all the same bones for the humanoid rig, which is the hips, spine, chest, neck, head, shoulders, arm, forearm, and then all the finger bones, thigh, shin, foot, and toe bone. And then the eyes. I forget their left eye, right eye. And you have to have those. They all have to be pretty much in a straight vertical line from the side. The hip bone, the start of it has to be above the start of the thigh bones. Otherwise, there's some twisting and stuff that ends up happening. Got to make sure at least the eyes have to be named right, and there's a few other little things. They got to be rolled correctly, so usually a roll of 0, I think. Like this roll here is probably not good. Probably has to be set to 0. Otherwise, this thumb will twist. But for animation, this is the way I would want it. But for Unity, these all have to be set to 0. Otherwise, when it starts using the thumb, it gets it wrong. Because for the fingers, they want the Z up and they bend on the X. For the thumb, they want the X up and it bends on the Z. Because the thumb is kind of like 90 degrees from the other fingers if you just look at your hand. The thumb is twisted by comparison. You consider your fingernails the top of the finger, your thumb is pointed to the side. So I think that's why they did that. But for animation, it's easier if you have Z always being the top of the finger. But I don't know what Unity was thinking when they twisted their fingers like that. Then again, there's a lot of things that they really need to add. Like, they need to add a small bone in here on the elbow and the knee. That way, when they bend the knee doesn't squish into itself. I can't really show a proper example of it. When you get like this far in, oops, switched over. the thigh and the calf just like merge, and you get this weird problem area. Whereas if you had a knee bone right here, it would bend there and then bend there, and these would be separated from each other. But, you know, they just weren't thinking back in the day when they decided to make the humanoid rig. Because that would require extra calculations to think about a bone that's in the middle of that. Oh, hey. They're doing Ascension Academy stuff today. I didn't think there was going on for a while. Yeah. So, if I was making a model specific for animation, I would put those bones in. But I don't know. I also kind of like, I need to ask a bunch of the VTubers if I can. But I think I might see if any of them would be willing to let me make 3D print models. But I don't know, that's a whole other thing as well. Because then I would have to take like these skirts and give them actual mass, solidify them and whatnot. But it would be nice to have like, I don't know, an Etsy or something where people can just go buy 3D print models of everything for like $5-10 or something. That way people who can't really afford all the custom models, if they have a 3D printer, they could print and paint their own models. Like, what was Cinder's latest figurine? Novel Horizons. How much was that new one? The first one was 150, but the new one I think is a lot more because it's got. Oh, hey! I didn't realize they had Juniper was in here. $250 for Cinder's newest figurine. Which, I mean, you probably wouldn't 3D print that level of detail. You'd have to print a lot of clear stuff and then paint it. Keep translucency. Which I know you could do, I've just never seen it done. Alright, what else am I missing? I have the arm things, they're just not on because they don't pose yet. They do need to be painted. Her arms, I forgot. Wait, do they? Okay, so there's gold markings all over the arms here. Is there? Okay, there is gold markings. Okay, that is something I don't have yet. And I'm probably going to have to make up a majority of whatever those patterns are. They kind of look like they're going to be like galaxies. I feel like that's kind of what's going on here. Or at least like solar systems. The problem with VTubers, you don't get to see them from other angles. You don't know what the tattoo looks like on the back. And her reference art is no help. How about this one? Shirt. It's only about what I've seen before. It's still... They only show that like half. We'll make it up, I suppose. Oh yeah, the legs have some too, I guess. See the actual... Oh, they do. Alright, that won't be too hard. I just gotta remember to do it. Just check. Tell me, this universe isn't on. Trying to decide if I want to do any more tonight. Past midnight now, and I've almost done 5 hours. A little short for me, but... Oh, I have to add rig for the skirt. I have to add rig for the hair. Horns don't need anything. Though I could put a... I could give... Probably should give the halo its own bone, and then use that bone as the rotation. So it can spin. Assuming it spins. Actually, don't know. Maybe it just bounces there. In which case I'll need to put like a bone way back here that just slightly bounces. You know what? I haven't raided Ame in a while. I haven't been on at the right time. I'm either ending before she gets on, or she ends before I get off. I think I'm gonna raid Ame. And I'm gonna go find food and try and get my sleep schedule normal. Whatever normal is. Can either start working in the middle of the night again, or try and work in the morning. I don't know which is best. Yeah. I will be back. I'll try to be back Tuesday at least. Well, at Wednesday at the very least. I'll try to be back Tuesday. And I am going to try and do more games as well. Oh. I am going to try and do gaming weekends and then modeling weekdays. Oh, that's the color. Maybe I'll find a VTuber that's a little easier to model at some point. But for now, what is Ame is playing that Misai game. I don't know how far she is into it. I haven't watched too much of it, but it is usually fun. Anyways, have a good one. I will return.